What is going on, everybody? Hopefully everybody's having a good day today. Guys, it is time for some more Silent Hill 4. I do apologize that we not or that one that, Saturday was missed, but also that we did not do anything yesterday. I just decided to switch things around because yeah, yesterday was brutal. Work was brutal yesterday. Um so yeah, hopefully you guys are prepared. I did I did to get the save ready, but I'm gonna do it at the end of the game. I think I did the same thing at with Silent Hill 1. Maybe I don't remember. Um, but yeah, basically I'm gonna wait until the end of the game whenever we're getting all the endings and all that kind of stuff, and then I'll load up the save, do the ending, and it'll be all good. So we're officially starting like the new game today. Um, and this stream's gonna be entirely like doing the new game. Oh, okay, hang on. All right. Hang on, I'm adjusting the audio real quick. I do need to look up something. The new game plus items. Jasper, it's found near Jasper's car. Okay, so the chainsaw is near Jasper's car, which is the second world that we visit. Let me grab that. And then for the first traversal, we have to crawl ourselves. Okay. Ring ring. Banana phone.
Where did you go? Hurry! Save me! If you
Help
need a token,
me!
there's one here.
Grab that. And that. Okay, perfect. Nice. Okay, I can't remember if there are health items down this way or not. Anyway. Oh, I thought there was a med pack on this side. Or a med kit, sorry. Med pack is from KOTOR. Help me! Push the button. All right. I thought there was a silver bullet up there. Maybe that's on the return. And my memory's just being bad. Okay. Up here. There's the toy box. Was it through here? No. Okay. Uh. There it is. Was there anything over here? No. Okay. Nope. Where's Cynthia at? Well, anyway, I need to go back to the apartment so I can heal up and drop stuff in the item box. Yep. Okay. All right. Go ahead and make that door accessible for later. Or rather, mark it as accessible is a better way to put it. Okay, I'm coming.
Hurry! Hurry! It's him.
Okay. All the sniffers dealt with. And okay. Go put the nutrition drink and the ammo away. I think I'm also gonna drop the golf club in there. Okay. In we go. Fuck. Ouch. What? Oh, fuck. I went too early. Oh, I got double there. Come on. Okay. I'm good. Yeesh. Ow. The first time that you go up the escalators is a real bitch, as you saw. Because the next time that you deal with them, you have the axe, which is very nice because it has a it charges Henry Ford some, so that you can take them out with a power attack.
Hurry up and get that ambulance. Quit yapping and move. Over already. Damn. She's got numbers carved into her chest. I wonder if...
Okay. Okay. This is where the chainsaw should be, and it said that it was by Jasper's car. Monitor just went black. I noticed that I didn't do it on stream, so okay, what's going on with my monitor? Calm down. Fucking Hummers. Okay. Says that it's around here somewhere. Oh, there it is. That's not exactly by Jasper's car. It's across from it.
So you came to investigate this. Okay. I'm gonna drop the steel pipe. I think it's Eileen at the front door. If memory is serving me. Hang on, Eileen. Give me a minute. I'm doing something, Eileen. Just give me a minute. Hang on. Yeah, it is.
Help me! Help!
All right. Hmm. Oh, geez. Okay. Hmm. Ow. Ow. Okay. Run. That was a little bit of an ambitious task, taking on 4 basically sniffers at once. It did again. Hang on. Let me see if that's cable's loose. And it actually was, by the way. That cable actually was a little loose. So I think that's what was happening. It wasn't super loose, but whenever I pushed on it, it pushed in enough to where I was like, okay, yeah, that could cause potentially some issues. Ah, stop biting my fucking ankle. Okay. Oh, it's Farmer John. All right. Get off my fucking ankle, you piece of shit. Oh shit. Okay, I'm surrounded. Yo, what's going on, Red Knight? Never seen the chainsaw before? Yeah, it's a new game plus, Adam. Me put away this, while I'm here, might as well put away this. All right. All right, let us go. Playing the GOG. Yeah. Oh, right off the bat, biting my fucking ankles. Dick. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. This one sniffer is being a really fucking big bitch. Get the fuck out of here, man. Hoping one day they will release Silent Hill 3 on GOG. Me too, man. Me too. Honestly, it'd be great if they released like all of the games on GOG. Like had an official version of, or had an official like version of Silent Hill 2, but with the ability to add the enhanced edition patch like they did with Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, where you can buy the game and then you can download the patched version of the game on GOG that fixes the game. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm hoping that they can end up doing that. But it's gonna come down to Konami more than anything, because I doubt that the enhanced edition team is really like gonna be jerks about it, considering you just download it from their site for free. So it's mostly gonna come down to Konami. But yeah, Silent Hill 3 is the one that's like really big, because even with the fix that's that you can download for it, it still has a lot of problems. Heard there are a lot of issues porting Silent Hill 3 to PC. I guess there were some issues with the voice actors too, but I forgot exactly. No, so with Silent Hill 3, so Silent Hill 2's PC port is definitely the worst of the bunch. None of the PC ports are great, but Silent Hill 2's original PC port was definitely like the worst. Like the Enhanced Edition team has literally done black magic to get that game to work. And so whenever they were working on Silent Hill 3 and they decided to port it, they did it in-house and it was better. It just wasn't good still. The thing with the voice actors was with the HD re-releases that came to next-gen consoles. And I know for sure Silent Hill 2, they lost the source code. I don't remember if the same was true with Silent Hill 3. But they did hired different VA, and they re-recorded all the lines. The HD releases that came to like 360 and PS3 are really bad as well. I think honestly probably the worst versions of the game. They don't run well. They have a lot of bugs. had the HD collection on 360. It was pretty bad. Especially Silent Hill 3, you couldn't have the OG voice lines. Yeah. Yeah, and I've heard that Silent Hill I never had the HD collection. My first time actually playing Silent Hill 3 was in 2015 or 2016, somewhere around there. And I played it through PCSX too. Because I never had a PS2 growing up. I had an original Xbox. I still have it. So yeah, my experience with Silent Hill was Silent Hill 2 and 4. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Okay, hang on. Also, the first time that I played the original Silent Hill was it was in 2015 or 2016 as well. That was before I'm pretty sure Duck Station hadn't been released before. Or hadn't been released by that point. So I used, oh god, what was it called? I think it was EPSXE. Now, I did have a PlayStation 1, but by the, so I got Silent Hill 2 for the Xbox, around I think it was around, I'm never really 100% sure on this, but I think it was around 2002. It could have been late 2001, but I think it was more around 2002. And I asked my mom if we could get the first game, and finding it on the PlayStation for whatever reason was just impossible. Had a PS2 growing up, was just too scared to play Silent Hill at the time. Yeah, let's see. Games I shouldn't have played growing up. GTA, Silent Hill, and Resident Evil. Condemned Criminal Origins. I was actually, so whenever that game came out, I was I a teenager by that point? I was either close to or already a teenager. Because I can't remember if that game came out in 2008 or 2009. Came out to that. Wow, really? I thought it was later than that.
Special news report. In a forest near Silent Hill, the burned corpse of a 30-year-old male was discovered earlier today. The police have ruled it a homicide and are investigating. The number is
Okay.
1712.
Sorry, I had to mess with something on the stream PC. Remember it because it was an Xbox 360 launch title. I guess I just didn't hear about it because it was about like in 2008, 2009 whenever I actually like heard about the game and managed to pick it up.
Are you in there, Henry?
Help me! There's something
I think
wrong.
I heard about it from one of my friends too. So regardless of like whenever released, I didn't play it at release. To be fair, I actually didn't have like less than a year after release. I didn't have an Xbox 360 until 2006. Like less than a year after release, because I think it was November of 2005 or October or something like that the Xbox 360 came out. My birthday was in January, so January 2006, I got my 360. I guess you could throw like this one depends. I guess you could throw Halo into that list, but Halo's like the most T-rated, M-rated game I think has ever existed.
He's gonna kill me.
And I'm pretty sure the last, 3 games have actually been rated T. Worst game you ever played in terms of violence was Manhunt. Yeah, I was a teenager when I first played Manhunt. I do remember seeing it in the store, and I remember asking my mom if I could get it, and she told me no. She said... Ouch. That one he had to sneak in was probably like 14. Yeah, no, so I was definitely a teenager. By that point, eBay was pretty common. I had a little bit of my own money. I still have my original Xbox. And I decided to go on eBay, see if I could get any an Xbox game. And I found Manhunt, and I remembered it from my childhood. I was like, well, I might as well buy this. So yeah, that's how I came into possession of Manhunt. I think I was about 16 by that point. So this would have been like 20...
I'm trying to do the math in my head. 2011, 2012. But I've talked about this. So the store that I went to for a long time was EB Games. And the guy at EB Games was such a bro. Because the amount of times that he would legitimately like just get basically gaslight my mom into believing that a game wasn't that bad was insane. It's actually how I got Resident Evil and Silent Hill and actually GTA as well. He's not wrong, though. They aren't that bad. I would say Silent Hill and Resident Evil really aren't that bad, honestly. GTA, that one's a little bit harder to be like, yeah, that's not that bad. I mean, you can be a psychopath in GTA. With Silent Hill and well, mostly Silent Hill. With Silent Hill, it's mostly just a aspect of like a kid with like and I straight up probably didn't. A kid doesn't like really understand the deeper themes of it, and it's kind of it's more of a mature story rather than like anything that's super grotesque or super bad in it. I think the worst thing that I remember in old GTAs was Vice City, use chainsaw. No, it's more of like, there's nothing super grotesque in them, but it's the aspect of like, you can just be a violent psychopath. And this is just in regards to like I don't. Not like a moral panic kind of thing. Like nobody should be able to buy GTA. More of like a kid shouldn't play it kind of thing. I know that the predominant fan base of GTA 5 are children, though. Did I miss? I may have missed something. Use it, yeah. Games back then didn't get. I mean, the graphics were super primitive, so a lot of games didn't get that gruesome in general. Like Manhunt was like kind of something that was like an outlier back then in terms of the amount of in terms of how gruesome it got. Because of most games, I mean, I'm sure you remember back then, it was like you shoot somebody, blood sprays out, and then they die, and that's it. There wasn't like a wound or anything like that. It was pretty because I mean, I doubt the consoles could actually render it properly.
He's gonna kill me.
Okay, I think I did miss something.
He's gonna kill me.
Hang on. Let me double check.
He's gonna kill me. Get me out. Get me the hell out of here. He's gonna kill me. Walter's gonna kill me.
Okay, yeah, I did. The graphics were uncanny. Yeah, and it was also an aspect of like it was an aspect. So this was still during the sixth. I consider the sixth generations the last time that game developers really had to squeeze water from a stone. Because starting with the seventh generation, now there are a lot of great games in the seventh generation. Don't get me wrong. But starting with the seventh generation, that was the point where technology was caught up enough to where developers didn't really have to like do tricks in order to get something to work. Okay, yeah, I did forget to examine this sign. That's on me. This part confuses you with the valves. Should I go upstairs and turn on the water? Probably best to do that first. Oh shit, I have to clear chat because of the fucking bot. Hang on, give me a second. Okay. 2 bots came in, awesome. It's the one bad thing about having a third-party extension that displays chat on screen. It doesn't like acknowledge that, you know, somebody's there, that the bot's been banned, and remove the message manually. Okay. But yeah, I think this part is because I think whenever I played through it last week? I think I said that this part was like the most famous puzzle from this game. The one that everybody talks about when they talk about like puzzles in Silent Hill 4. Ow. Ouch. My weapon isn't long range enough. All right, you can keep the ammo. I thought I'd be okay this time. Played the first time like maybe 2 months ago. Spent like an hour figuring it out. Yeah, thankfully I did play back in the day. Though it is my first time experiencing the PC version. Which I mean, it's not that different, honestly. But I did manage to confuse myself because I put I split the puzzle in my head. I split the puzzle up into two places for whatever reason. Even though and then I realized that I was doing that. And I was like, okay, I need to not do that. Okay. No, go down. Oops. Ouch. Killing a bunch of enemies do something, or is it just for fun? It's kind of a two or actually really a three-part answer. The first part of it is that I need them to not be on me while I stream, because I'm usually distracted, you know, looking at chat and all that kind of stuff. I'm more distracted during stream than I would be like playing normally. The second part of the answer is that it just kind of makes the game easier just to kill them. Okay. It is, I can't indicate with my mouse, but it's the second one on the left. And then the third part of the answer is that it makes for a better stream if I kill a bunch of enemies. Like, it's more engaging to watch. I think it does affect the star ranking at the end of the game, but I'm not really going for a star ranking or like any specific star ranking. Oops. Ouch. All right, I need to heal up before I deal with everything here. I think I have... No, I just have the same medallion. Which the stuff for the innings that I'm going for on this playthrough hasn't yet been activated because we don't have Eileen and we're not in the second part of the game where we get the hauntings and whatnot. But the endings that I'm going for involve not clearing out all the hauntings instead of 302. Or 80% of them, rather. I cleared out all of them last playthrough, which is why I said that. Because I'm only going to be clearing out the ones that are, like, really cause me problems. Like, for instance, if something is in Henry's bedroom, obviously I'm going to have to deal with that. Or if it's, like, in front of the item box, I'm going to have to deal with it. Okay. Makes sense, yeah. Because, like I said so I said this in the first playthrough, but as I said in the first playthrough, the two conditions for the ending are the clearing out the hauntings in room 302 and saving Eileen at the end of the game. Technically, it's supposed to be that you're not supposed to have her take a ton of damage throughout the game, but really it's that you're supposed to save her at the end of the game. And the second of those two requirements is a lot easier to manipulate because you could just straight up let Eileen walk into the center in order to get one of the endings without and not at you don't have to worry about if you're doing too well at protecting her throughout the game. But clearing out the harder one to manipulate is the 302 hauntings, since those come and go. Yo, it's going Torshik. Damn, Twin's still creepy out. Was it this one? No. Oops. I want to say, maybe it was it this one actually? Maybe it was that one. I think it, yeah, no, actually I think it is that one. Yeah, because there's blood on the bed. Okay. Let me go back up. Okay, and there's blood on the bed there. And which one was this? Sorry, I'm forgetting things. Is it the? Is it the back? Is it this one over here? Yes. Okay, so behind the valve on the right side with that one. Stairs. Okay, behind the ladder on the left. Oops, I meant to go down. Okay, behind the ladder on the right. And the bottom row can't move. So, go up one. Turn this to the left. Is that right, or is that, did I mistake my rights and lefts? I may have mistaken my rights and lefts. Did I? Oops. No, I didn't. Okay. Yeah, I just need to turn it a couple more times. One, two, three. All right. Take a peek. Perfect. And then this one, was it here? No. Is that to the right? Yes, it is. Beautiful. Okay. We are good. I keep doing that. All right, it should be the back right. Ow. Oh, I way overshot that. Holy shit. Oops. Coming through, excuse me. Go ahead and open up that door. Oops. Yes. Oh, let me look at my notes. Hang on. 0302. Watch TV. Frank's freaking out in the hallway. Oh, I forgot to put the placard away. Hang on. Do that real quick. Keep the same medallion for whenever I don't have free heals at the apartment. Gum Girl is eyeing the chainsaw. They can't have it. It's mine. Ow. Fucker. I am actually going to leave him there for now because I do have to come back here. Did I miss something? Wait, okay, I don't remember if this is the case, but yeah, okay, that's it. It's in his hand. I couldn't remember if it was. But yeah, I'm just going to leave him there because I do have to come back to that room. Get out of here, you stupid leeches. Yo, what's going on, Dapper? Been doing alright. Just playing some Silent Hill 4. Alright. Playing through the whole series, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, that means that I have to also play Homecoming and Downpour. I need to put a bunch of stuff away because I just got new weapons. Drop that. Drop that. Drop that. So they had Mio's outfit. Yeah, I saw that pop up in my news. I'm not reinstalling F. I already played F on stream. I'm not reinstalling it. It is never getting reinstalled on my computer again. Silent Hill F, yeah. Ouch. Okay. That's all the sniffers done. What's the controversy about F again? There's a couple of controversies about F. So I think the biggest one is that you have to play the game 5 times to get the entire story. That's the biggest controversy with it. The other controversy is that it is anti-natalist propaganda. No, anti-natalist. I really need this guy out of my fucking way. Elaborate on the anti-natalist. Elaborate on what that means, or elaborate on how the game, like how the game has propaganda in it. How the game has propaganda in it. Okay, so a large part of the game is that a big part of the game is that Hinko doesn't want to be married. There's a strong like third wave feminist message in it as well. About Hinko not wanting to be married, but along with that, there's also multiple monsters that indicate that the aspect of being of having children is inherently bad. And the final song that you get from the first ending of the game speaks about how having children is inherently a vicious and cruel thing to do. It says something along the lines of like, why does the woman have to run the color red in order to keep the population alive? So, something along those lines. It's really fucking stupid. It's a really bad lyric in general. And it's in Japanese, so you know, this is from the translation of it. But yeah, basically is calling for like not having kids. You know, the same shit that's been like permeated through media for the past 2 decades, to the point where we're at a birthing crisis now. Japan has been at a birthing crisis for a good while. Yeah. That's the even crazier thing is that the game takes place in Japan and it has anti-natalist propaganda in it, when Japan has been in a birthing crisis for even longer than the rest of the world. Women independence and third wave feminism is not good. Modern games sadly implemented this propaganda just to spread the word that no one cares about. Here's the thing, and I actually talked about this when I finished Sound Off. There is something to talk about whenever it comes to 1960s Japan, and speaking about how women had it. It should have been a layup. All right, calm down, Henry. It should have been a layup for them because it's the 1960s and it's 1960s Japan in particular. This should have been a layup, but they chose to use third wave feminism instead of first or second wave feminism in order to spread its message, and it just doesn't hit. Not only that, the entire series does talk, Silent Hill is very well known for talking about, like, women's issues. In particular, like, Silent Hill 1 and 3. Silent Hill 2 is, James's story. But Silent Hill 1 and 3, talking about women's issues and all that kind of stuff, and it does so very smartly. Like, they had everything lined up for them, and they still fucking managed to miss their shot with F. Oh, right. I didn't, okay, hang on. Let me look at this key, because I don't remember where this key goes. Okay. The sports store. Don't know much about Japan back in the 1960s. Consider 1960s Japan is just a couple decades after a couple big kabooms, yeah. So in large part, yeah, there's Japan is 1960s Japan was pretty much the age of still having still treating things with women in a very disrespectful way. Like I said, there is like if you wanted to talk about that kind of stuff, it should have been an easy layup for them. But moving on from that, the problem I have with F more than anything is that it's a bad game. One of your high school buddies is a Silent Hill fan. He thought that F was really good apart from the other games. Didn't notice the famous message, but he tries not to let that get to him. Here's the problem, right? So F in general is a bad game. Like let's take Silent Hill out of the name, take the message away, everything like that. Strip all that out of it. It's still not a good game in general. Like, it just straight up is bad. Now, you add in the Silent Hill name, a name that has, like, a lot of weight behind it, you know, because it has 3 games that are universally loved, and then the fourth game is divisive. I like Silent Hill 4 a lot. I know that but it's also one of the games that in the series that's divisive, along with Origins and now F. Yeah, so they're divisive, but 3 games that people universally love. And then also add in the message on top of it, and what it is, it's a bad game that's using a big name in order to sell itself, and then using a progressive message in order to act as a shield against criticism, so that the same shit that's happened for the last 10 years, where they can go, oh, you don't like this game? Well, you're an ist. Come here. I got sniffers too. Yeah, I'm gonna have to run here. These sniffers are gonna fuck me up really fast. Ow. Get off my fucking ankle. Damn it. Surprised to see F has an 80% score on Steam, but I guess some people are too blind to see how bad it is. Just Ryukishi in general. Like, still got Japanese social issues, but man, the biggest problem was the burning question: how is the Silent Hill? Yeah, that's a good question to have. The only SUR is pissed that you spent $60 on it. I spent $80 on it, Sai. How do you spell it? Needless? No, I said ist. An ist is the name that is the name that's attributed to, like, pretty much what game journalists call us. You know, misogynist, sexist, you know, any racist. I put him in the category of being called an ist. Because they genuinely don't mean it. Those words don't fucking mean anything anymore. So most vocabulary words that end with an ist fall under the category. Any vocabulary words that are meant to have a negative connotation that you could use against somebody. Yes, that's fall under the category of the ist. Ouch. When I think Silent Hill, I think a Japanese schoolgirl pulling Soul's Water dodges and transforming into a furry like Sonic and Sonic Unleashed. The werehog. Got to mention UE5 for making it worse too. The hit lag looks stupid. Yeah, that too. Guess the game should be called Sound Off Feminist. What's the part that's like incredibly insane to me is that the game was made by a Chinese developer as well. A Chinese developer made an anti-natalist game that takes place in Japan. I'm just saying that's suspicious as shit. That's suspicious as shit. Oh, I have the picture for this. Hang on, let me go grab my phone. Three seven five zero rather. Excuse me. When you say it like that, it's all making sense. Yeah, dude, that's also that's the thing that's also really that I did note it whenever I was playing the game, but I have thought about it. And I'm like, that is extremely suspicious. For those that don't understand the history behind that, China and Japan are not friends. They have a during the time of imperialist Japan, Japan invaded China, and it has led to like multiple generations of hate between the two countries.
Looks like another one, Captain. Got one. One to one on his head. It's just like that case from 10 years ago. Yeah, that Walter Sullivan case.
I'll probably switch to the axe at this point.
Dead. They even got the body.
Because the axe is a pretty powerful weapon in the game.
Yeah, but even so...
There's Frankie boy again, just staring. He's just standing there menacingly.
I got this from Miss Galvin. A long, long time ago.
Oh, sorry, bro.
She was younger than me back then. She looked so happy, holding her mother's hand. Here. I'll give it to you.
Nah, I'm good. That's why I switched to the axe. It's powerful as shit, dude. Especially for how fast it charges up and everything. Good stuff. Okay. me minimize that real quick. There we go. All right, back in we go. Paper. Forgot the CEOs for Fatal Frame and Sound Off for Friends. Hence why they crossed over. I didn't know that. I actually didn't know that Koei Tecmo and Konami were friendly with one another. Walter really hates Frank. I mean, justified crash out. Konami published the game. Neobards are devs. Yeah, well, the reason why I said that is because Konami like owns the IP. Konami owns the Silent Hill IP. So they would have been the ones to approve the crossover. Hang on one sec. Okay. Back in. Konami is odd now. They screwed over MGS5 with the recent de novo update earlier this month, breaking decade-long mods. Wait, did they actually add de novo into MGS5? It always had de novo? I didn't grab the key. Crap. Okay, hang on. Can't confirm on the store page. The amazing thing was the game was very well optimized. Get off me. Okay. The games run smoothly because of the proprietary Fox engine. Yeah. Here's the thing. Games on de novo can run well. The problem is that de novo makes them it gimps their the potential performance that they could have. So a game that runs well on de novo, just like imagine about a 20% bump to performance without it. I mean, that's what happened with RE7, 8, and was it 4 remake as well? Did 4 remake get de novo removed at the same time? I don't remember. But 7 and 8 did. And after they got de novo really pulled out of them, everybody started talking about how the game was now running better. Like me myself, I had I would have stuttering issues in 8 particularly. And after they removed de novo, stuttering went right away. kernel level DRM anti-cheat should be banned. I think that any game that doesn't have like a multiplayer online mode really shouldn't have any kind of like kernel level anti-cheat at all. Like generally the idea, so there's anti-cheat and then there's, you know, there's de novo, which de novo is a de novo is it's an anti-pirate. It's really an anti-piracy thing, but it's an extremely intrusive anti-piracy measure. It doesn't work either way. Yeah, I mean, eventually people fucking figure out a way to get around it. Like it's not going to stop. Listen. Piracy has been around forever. It's been around since before the internet. So it's not going to the measures that, you know, having these extremely intrusive measures is not going to stop piracy. It's, and I've talked about this whenever I'm talking about whenever, you know, the rise of piracy after the whole like streaming service thing started to kick off. Did you guys know that during the early to like mid 2010s, piracy had dropped off the face or like a fucking cliff? Because of Netflix. Because Netflix back in the day was affordable and it had a lot of content. So piracy is a is an issue of demand, or an issue of well, yeah, an issue of demand. And it's caused by that. And this whole aspect of you own nothing and be happy about it has made people pissed. So piracy has skyrocketed after the you know, streaming services started like popping up left, right, and center. Ouch. Fuck off, Farmer John. Piece of shit. Let me do the rest of the first floor and then I'll make my way up. They still try to pay off scene groups to stop them from bypassing or removing our DRM. Yeah. Apparently, corporate retards think kernel level will solve piracy. A good example of view on nothing is the recent thing with Sony PlayStation and one company, they lost licensing rights for causing hundreds of movies to be pulled in inaccessible. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the things. There's a bunch of examples of it happening. Just the most recent, yeah. That's why people are switching to Linux. Yeah, I've even thought about like going to Linux myself. The only really, I was gonna. I thought about doing Bazite. The only problem is that I have, a bunch of games that you can't really run. I can't run off Steam. And yeah, I could set up Wine and all that kind of stuff, but it'd be a pain in the ass. Heard SteamOS is really good, but you lose out on non-Steam games. Bazite is basically SteamOS. Yeah, Bazite is basically SteamOS, but for non-Steam like hardware. Since Steam hasn't officially like released the SteamOS to like the mass. Tried Linux Mint. No, I haven't. Like I said, the entire reason that I've kept with Windows is because, like I said, yes, I could set up Wine and all that kind of stuff, but it'd be too much of a pain in the ass for me. Listen, I work with technology as my job on the daily. When I get home and I turn on my computer or if I go into the office, or whenever I'm done for the day and I, want to relax and play a video game, I don't want to have to, go through 500 troubleshooting steps to play my games. Basically, I'm lazy as shit, is what I'm saying. And I freely admit it. Yeah, I'm fucking lazy whenever it comes to my the Mega Machine. Now, at some point, I do plan on it. This one's gonna be like later down. This one's gonna be after I change out my stream PC to something a little bit more powerful. I'm going to install Linux onto my stream PC. I haven't decided what version of Linux yet. I have to figure that out, but I have to build out that PC first. And it's really good for a, to have a stream PC that's able to, do, have all of its resources made available to it. Because then I can stream in, like, super high qualities if I want to and all that. Because I do have planned down the line in the future of splitting my stream qualities, because I use enhanced broadcasting right now, and it basically duplicates my live stream to both Twitch and YouTube, so that they have the same bit rate, all that kind of stuff. That way I can stream in 1440p. But I do have fiber internet. So I could be, I could actually stream to YouTube in 4K. However, my computer, or my stream computer as of current, is not strong enough to do one, to do a full 4K stream, and two, it's not strong enough to do a 1440p stream and a 4K stream especially. Even if I did put Linux onto it, it wouldn't be strong enough to do that. Specs of my streaming PC, it's a laptop, first of all, because whenever I first got it, whenever I first moved to it was whenever we were having that summer with record high temperatures, like, everywhere in the world. So it was hot. But it's a RTX 2060. I want to say an i7 12700K, if I'm not mistaken. And 64 gigabytes of DDR5. Well, the DDR5 laptop RAM. A 12th gen Intel with 2060, yeah. It was a... I don't even know when I got it. But it was basically, it was originally my, I call it my thin lights. But basically a CPU, or it was my computer, or, words. My laptop that I would do a lot of CPU intensive stuff on. Like, for instance, if I needed to be out in the field somewhere or do something like that, and I needed to be able to, like, be on a Teams meeting and have multiple tabs open and do this, that, like 5 different things all at once, I needed the extra CPU overhead. But I didn't necessarily need, like, a good graphics card. There's the bug spray. Surprised the GPU model is one gen behind the Intel gen. Would it at least have a 3000 series GPU? Well, it's worth noting that the entire reason it became my stream laptop is because I stopped using it in my day-to-day. I had already upgraded it, and I have a couple laptops, as a matter of fact. I have one that's my normal work computer that I use. That thing's weak. I replaced that with a 4060. It's an i7. I don't remember. I don't know if it's a 14th gen or a Core, the Core Ultra. I can't remember. And then I have a gaming laptop as well. That has a 4080 inside of it. A Core 7 Ultra 2. And then also 64 gigabytes of DDR5. But yeah, whenever I bought that, I had a price and this is the case with those particular laptops. That, you know, I need something that has a decent CPU, but not necessarily a great GPU. I tend to have a price that I want to pay in mind, and I just kind of look for something that fits that price. Because they're not like I said, they're not designed or my intended purpose with them is not to like put them through a put them through like a gaming or editing or anything like that. Sorry, I have a checklist here that I'm running down. Okay. Hang on. Game laptop has 13th gen i7 paired with 4060 and 32 gigabytes of DDR5. Runs games mostly good. CPU in yours is technically an i5 because it has 6 physical cores and okay, I did place all the red papers. 14E cores despite them stamping the i7 sticker on it. Yeah, they get really weird with the particularly with the mobile markets CPUs. i7, yeah, they have 8 cores usually. Oh, I'm full up. New version of your laptop does have 14 gen i7 with 8 physical cores. Yeah, like I said, it's actually not the first time that they've done that. They get, like I said, they get real weird when it comes to mobile CPUs and all that kind of stuff. There's like technicalities of like the internal things of what they use and whatnot.
How do you like that, you sick little
Next, we'll be taking a look at the weather.
Okay. Sucks it came after you bought your laptop. Should have traded it in at Micro Center. You should have walked in there and been like, I want all of the P cores. Damn, Walter. Damn. All right, drop those. Oh, okay. I couldn't remember if this was the point where we used the placards and the talisman. Memory. It's bad. All right, grab this shit out. Honestly, wish you had your 2007 HP Pavilion DV7 over your current laptop, despite the specs being really bad back in the day. I used to play WoW on a Core 2 Duo. Back when WoW was good, by the way. Yeah, it was I don't even remember what graphics card I had. It was shit though. Like I had to have everything on low. And it barely fucking ran. I think it ran at about like 22 FPS or so. Sorokin i5 10700 1650 laptop, 7 years. Holy shit, bro. Had really great features. Had a touch bar for media controls, 5 loudspeakers above the keyboard, and a little remote that was used to control the laptop from the couch. Also, dual headphone jacks and DVD player. Yeah. Back when laptops had DVD players. Honestly, it was more convenient for the road. Preferred over watching the phone because of the bigger screen. When I was young, we had this thing was cheap as could be. I think it cost my mom maybe like $30, but one of those portable DVD players that was essentially that was just essentially a laptop, but its only function was to be a DVD player. It was Polaroid. I don't even remember. It was. I don't even remember what mine was. It was like, when I say this thing was cheap, I mean you could probably sneeze on it and it would have broken. But anytime we'd go, we'd have to take a road trip or something, I would take that with me, and I'd watch movies on it. It didn't have too terrible battery life. I think it was like 6 hours of battery, which was pretty good. And it was rechargeable too, which was nice. All right, I need to dump items into my item box. I don't know if my use was okay, but it created really fast after a while. I had to keep it plugged in. I had to use the cigarette lighter. Charge it. Funny enough, I was actually talking to my mom about that the other day. Because because you know, that outlet like no longer is used for like charging up a the hot piece of the cigarette thing so that you could light a cigarette. And I was talking to my mom about that, and I was like, kids these days aren't going to actually know what that thing was originally used for. Because it doesn't come with, you know, the cigarette part of the cigarette lighter doesn't come with cars anymore. Everybody say hello to Big Head Eileen. Ow. Fuck you, wheelchairs. That's not very nice. Hello, Eileen.
This is a nightmare. It can't be happening.
It's happening. Exactly. Yeah. I said that. I when I said that to her, she was like, "You're right." She's like, "I didn't think about that." It's because fewer and fewer people smoke nowadays, so. Okay. Move, Eileen. Ugh, come on. All right. Old laptop had an AMD Turion X2 dual core. Shit was ass, barely ran Minecraft at 30 FPS. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, by the time Minecraft had come out, let's see. Had Did I have a Core 2 quad at that point? I think so. I think I had a quad. I think I had the quad core. And on low, I could actually run the game fairly decently, but I had to run it like at 960p or like 1280 by 960. And my monitor was 1280 by 1024. And I'd run everything on low. Because I was still playing WoW at that point. Now WoW was starting to run better by that time. It wasn't running at 22 FPS. I think I was running like in the 30s at least. $1280 by 1024. You still have PCs with a square monitors, yeah. WoW always ran well too. Ran well. Too bad everyone was broke as shit and couldn't afford better RAM, CPUs, and graphics cards. Yeah, there was the fact that we were broke as shit. There was the fact that we were broke as shit. But on top of that, PC gaming had just, so by the time that I was playing that stuff, and you guys, of course, this was after like the boom of the 90s. Whenever PC gaming hadn't quite hit its like stride in the 2010s. So it was still in that weird in-between place where people weren't 100% sure like how to build computers. And the internet was still in its like primitive state, where there weren't like a million build guides on the internet. They still had to optimize games back then. Still remember how amazing Crysis was. Now every hack developer increases the minimum hardware requirements. Or use Unreal 5 and forget to optimize your Yeah, the funniest thing about Crysis though was the like it melts people's computers was actually a result of bad code. But yeah, it came up with the term "can it run Crysis?" But yeah, no, I've talked about that in a pretty extensive measure about how the Yeah, grab my papers over here real quick. And back off. Okay, we're good. I've talked extensively about how like nowadays, you know, developers have so many tools to optimize games, because I've talked about how ray tracing actually for those that don't know, by the way, ray tracing actually saves developers time. Because they don't have to bake the lighting. It's all done, and it's the lighting's or the shadows or whatever. You know, they don't have to go through the process of baking it. It's all handled in real time. And I've talked about how like instead of using that extra time to optimize the game that they're fucking working on, instead they pocket that extra time as, you know, oh, this is, you know, how you keep it at, you know, we came in under budget, and their budgets are still insanely high because they're for whatever reason, instead of, you know, doing it's one of these things that I just don't understand, how we have 2 steps forward and 3 steps back. Because ray tracing saves people time from doing all that kind of stuff, so that they have extra time to optimize, do whatever, all this kind of stuff. But they still insist on like making brand new assets, or, you know, using brand new assets on every single game that they develop nowadays, instead of just reusing assets like they did in the past, which is how games got made in the past at a pretty exponential speed. Because they would just take assets and get this, they would use them again instead of just fucking dumping them. And there were a lot of games that, you know, were commonly called the asset flip games, like Majora's Mask, a couple of the 007 like first person games. Silent Hill 4 used a lot of other assets. So did Silent Hill 3, as a matter of fact. But asset flip games are more like games that just straight up just reused that flipped assets. Which is why Majora's Mask is one that I always go to whenever I think about that, because it really did just straight up reuse a lot of Ocarina of Time's assets. And I love it. And Majora's Mask is a great game, but yeah, that is going to be it for today, guys. We will be we're actually a little over halfway through the game. So we're more than likely going to end up finishing it on tomorrow, which is Wednesday. I did mention in Discord that the extended watch was supposed to be today during stream. My Plex was having issues today, so I'm actually going to run it, have it run tomorrow. So that's going to be, if you guys want to watch Star Wars tomorrow during the day, have it on the background, whatever. It is going to be running tomorrow during the day. And yeah, since we're going to be finishing Silent Hill 4 tomorrow, that means that I'll be able to start Mouse PI on Saturday. Like I said, I've been looking forward to, been looking forward to playing Mouse PI. But I wanted to wait until I finished Silent Hill 4 before I started it up. Finished Pragmata and Silent Hill 4, I should say. Which also means that next week we will start up Homecoming. I have installed the fanfics for Homecoming after banging my head against the wall for like 10 minutes because the game is like 10 minutes for a couple hours because the game is broken. Essentially. I finally managed to get it to run properly. Because the problem that I was having is that it was just like fucking running in 24 FPS, and I was like, why the fuck is it doing that? I had to eventually I managed to force it into borderless windowed. And that fixed the frame rate. That game's a train wreck. The PC version of that game is an absolute train wreck. It makes no fucking sense. Oh God, Homecoming. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not looking forward to replaying it. I'm really not looking forward to replaying Downpour. But it's gonna happen so that I can judge everything equally, and I can judge fairly with fresh mind just how bad F actually is. Which, considering that I've replayed the first 4 games, like it's really it's gradually, it's funny because there's a handful of games that after I've finished them, it's rare for me to have a opinion that declines over time of a game. If anything, my opinion usually increases. Like I either become older and more soft or something, or like I just generally just have better memories than of it. A good example is Resident Evil 4, the original. I used to give Resident Evil 4, the original Resident Evil 4, a lot of crap. But after I replayed it and stuff like that, I'm like, all right. It's like I'm like whatever. You know, eventually it's just comes with time and, you know, better things. So that's usually how it works with me, is that my opinion on games usually improves with time and, you know, everything like that. Yeah, F has gone the other way. Where whenever I finished F, I didn't I crashed out on stream. I think I said that. It had to happen. The formula was getting stale, sadly. Even after the first remake revived it. Yeah. It's one of those things. So the reason that I gave 4 a lot of shit in the past is because whenever I would look at 4 for a very long time, whenever I would look at 4, I would see 6. Because RE4 ultimately did run the Resident Evil franchise directly into 6. Changed things, had mixed feelings about it. It felt we skipped Umbrella's Fall, felt like a new era, not in a good way. I've always explained it like this, because here's my new like take on both Resident Evil 4 and Resident Evil 4 Remake, as a matter of fact. Both games are good games, but they are inherently flawed games as well. They have a lot of problems. And it's one of those things that it has it's why I have you know, because a lot of people talk about Resident Evil 4 as though it's like this is the greatest game ever made, and I just never see it whenever I play it. I don't see the greatest game ever made whenever I play it. Got the F stream on my YouTube. Yes, I do. But yeah, what I was talking about with F. So you know, I mentioned that I had crashed out on stream at the end of F. But my opinion on it, as terrible as it was at that time, has actually soured more. I actually hate it more. Somehow I hate it more than whenever I was actively crashing out. Which is pretty funny, actually. But it's like and whenever I was talking about the end of F, the only nice things I have to say about F is that the cutscene and the cutscene direction and the shot blocking was actually really good. And whoever did that part of it, their talents were very wasted on that game. They really deserved better. Because the cutscene direction and the shot blocking and all that kind of stuff was extremely well done. Which is rare in this day and age, because a lot of modern games, their cutscene direction, shot blocking, all that kind of stuff looks like shit. It looks like it came straight out of a reality TV show. I guess this is going to be a really hot take. A really good example of that, as a matter of fact, is GTA 4 versus GTA 5. Now, don't get me wrong, GTA 5, I do like GTA 5. I should put that out there. I do like GTA 5. But my opinion on GTA 5 has been up and down. Never finished GTA 5, got bored. Liked it, had tight pacing. Now the remake haven't been how Capcom really loves memory holding their originals. Hang on. Damn it, I can't find it. I was gonna look for a meme, but I can't find it. I mean, it's I like Resident Evil 2 remake a lot, a whole lot actually. But I do like that we have access to the originals now. Through through both Steam and GOG. And of course, I don't think this is even a controversial take. I really fucking like Resident Evil 1 remake. I don't think that's even controversial. I think everybody fucking loves RE1 remake. Took GOG to convince Capcom, who thought the remakes are superior to the originals, to release the original 3. Yeah. Here's the thing, though, and I'm about to draw a comparison. They at least could be convinced that there was some value in doing that. Konami just doesn't fucking care. Konami is recently trying to sue every website who hosted the MGS2 source code. Oh my god. Konami is like actively the worst. like God is. Could they beat EA as being the worst game company? Wish someone would upload the source code for the first 4 SH games. The source code for Silent Hill 2 doesn't fucking exist. Don't you remember, Torshik? They lost it. Nothing can beat Nintendo, though. Nintendo is not the worst game company simply because apparently it's a really good place to work at. Like, if you talk about like the grand scope of like the worst game companies out there, there's 2 sides of the equation when it comes to that. There's the side that like how good is it to work there and how good are they to their customers. Nintendo is dog shit when it comes to their customers, but it is a good place to work at. Rockstar, dog shit when it comes to their customer base. I don't know if it's a great place to work at. There's been mixed reports on that, so take that for what it is. They're probably one of the shittier people on the list. Ubisoft, EA, Square Enix, and Konami, like, those companies actively suck in every single measure. They screw their customer base, they screw their employees. They're assholes, but they pay well amazingly. Fuck them for lack of quality control with Game Freak and the lawfare shit with Pal World. Yeah. Game Freak makes Pokemon games. I had to think about that for a minute because I don't play Pokemon. The last Pokemon game I played was on the Game Boy Color. So yeah, I have not. I don't really play Pokemon. Ubisoft just used their muscle to stop killing games with the EU. Amazing, how panicked they were. Oh yeah, because it's if SGK goes through, it's gonna fuck. They're gonna have to actually like do something. And Ubisoft doesn't want to do things. They just keep wanting to, they keep wanting to make a, gay black samurai that take place in Japan. That's based off of a fan fiction. That's what Ubisoft wants to keep doing. They can't die fast enough. You know what's really sad too? And it really does depress me. I remember whenever Assassin's Creed 2 got announced. I remember when Assassin's Creed 2 released. I remember playing it the night it released. And getting to the top of the tower with Ezio and his brother. And it being like, it's a great life we lead, brother. It may never change. It may never change us. And seeing the Assassin's Creed 2 logo, dude, it was like it was like different back then. it just hit so hard. And they used to, and that shit was amazing. I remember playing Splinter Cell back in the day. They used to make some great fucking stuff. And it's really depressing for me. Same thing with BioWare with me. It's really depressing to see these companies that I used to hold in such high regard. Like, I would buy all of their fucking games back in the day. Seeing them just be a fucking shadow of what they once were. Not even a shadow. Like a shadow of what they once were. Like, BioWare at one back in the day was my favorite game company. Ask Creed 2's success made them go insane with blockbuster annualization garbage. Yeah, I liked Brotherhood. And to an extent, I liked Revelations. It wasn't the greatest. But I did like Brotherhood. Even though it was the point where they started like going to the like whole aspect of like, oh, we need to pump out a yearly release. Ow. I think the point that they really started to because Assassin's Creed 3 got a lot of I remember when Assassin's Creed 3 released. I was still in high school. When it released, it got a lot of backlash. And then they made Assassin's Creed 4 and people liked that. I liked Assassin's Creed 4 a whole lot. The point where I think that they hit a no return was with Unity. Because Unity came out, it was broken, it wasn't fun, it wasn't great. Its story is lame, its characters are lame, the parkour was watered down. Like Unity was that. I think Unity was the point where they hit a point of no return. Black Flag was a pirate game we all wanted. If they removed the Ass Creed crap, the game would stand on its own. Yeah. Black Flag is a game that would definitely stand on its own. People wanted Napoleonic Wars Ass Creed, but they skipped that shit. Yeah. Yeah, and then whenever they released Origins, people like they got some praise for Origins from mostly people that didn't like the social sim stealth aspect thing. Like I didn't like Origins personally. I didn't like the RPG elements. I didn't like how grindy the game was. I didn't like how it took forever to get through the game. So but then they fucked that up too. They fucked up like the new shit. They fucked up people like the people that enjoyed Origins, like they started fucking that up too, and then now you somehow from here to here we got we're now at you know, what is that game called? It's Assassin's Creed Shadows. Final Fantasy crossover was weird. The new games barely felt like Assassin's Creed games. They're RPG games with typical Ubisoft sandbox busybody chores. Yeah, that's one of those things that I've also talked about. I've discussed how you should make an open world game because there are two ways that you go about whenever an open world game is made. The Ubisoft way and the Red Dead Redemption 2 way. And by extension Red Dead Redemption 1. Games that, and a lot of games are following the fucking Ubisoft formula whenever it comes to open world games. And I'm gonna be completely honest. I would prefer a game not be open world and have just there's like really good content in it. If a game is, and this is something that I never fucking understand whenever people talk about, because it came up again with 007 First Light. People were criticizing the game for being 20 hours long. And I've played 007 First Light. I enjoyed the game a whole lot. Remind me a lot of Uncharted. And I think I finished in like 18 hours or so. And it was good all the way through. But people were criticizing it because it was only like 20 hours long. And I'm like, I would much prefer having a game that is 20 good hours worth of stuff rather than having a game that's 200 plus hours and I'm bored before I even reach the 30-hour mark because it's full of filler. I don't want a game that's full of filler. If a game is 100 hours, there are games that are 100 hours just naturally. I mean, look at Baldur's Gate 3, Persona 5, all that kind of stuff. But they're great all the way through. It's just that it takes a long time to tell that story. But not every single game has 100 hours that needs to tell its story, right? So I'd much prefer we get out of this culture of like we need to have this amount of hours in our video game and just tell the story that needs to be told in the amount of time that there is and not fill it with pointless fucking filler. If a game's story takes 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 hours to tell, fine. If it takes 10, 20 hours to tell, fine. Either way, I don't care. I just don't want it to be boring. I want to enjoy it all the way through. Heard that Odyssey was the last good game I ever played, so I can't judge too much on it. I believe Odyssey is a lot like Origins. So I actually never played Odyssey. But from what I know, it's basically like Origins. And I don't like the RPG Assassin's Creed thing, where they started adding RPG elements. Like Torshik said, the open world RPG elements, busybody chores, all that kind of shit. This big ass open world that's full of nonsense. Odyssey and Valhalla suck. Two games where the writers hate the culture in it. What you mean the French studio that put a black samurai from a fan fiction into a Japanese setting hate the Roman and is it What did which one was Valhalla? Was it anyway? Uh hate these two cultures that were like predominantly based around war. I'm so surprised. And you know what's really sad is that both of those honestly are like two prime settings for a video game, because both Viking and Roman culture, which are primarily based around war and all that kind of stuff, they are it's like that you just have a layup for a video game because there's so much action that can happen, because those are two cultures that were primarily based around like taking over people's land and war and fighting and all that kind of stuff, especially Vikings were like primarily their entire infrastructure was based on how well you fought. Weren't the Japanese letters and shadows actually Chinese? I don't fucking know, man. Dude, Shadows was like the biggest fucking moment. I think Shadows was the moment that everybody realized that straight up, and this is where the term racist actually does have a fucking meaning, that Ubisoft actually just is fucking racist. Because I'm sorry, Yasuke was not a black samurai. He also was not gay. And not only that, I don't even know her fucking name. The Kenichi. Kenichis in Japanese culture have a very different role. They don't have the same role as ninjas do. Getting hack historians who made fan fiction bullshit as their go-to experts for Shadows, that was sad. Yeah. Don't think Japan had black samurais. Japan's never had black samurais. Not once. Yasuke's was not a samurai. Now, Yasuke himself did exist, and he was a slave. And I think, if I read correctly, he was in Japan like for a year or something. And he served a feudal lord or something. I don't remember exactly. But he was a slave, and he served like a feudal lord that was in Japan or something like that. So the man himself did exist. It's just that, one, he wasn't a samurai. Japan's never had a black samurai. And two, the thing of him being gay just really was pulled out of their ass. Oda Nobunaga, the feudal lord of the time, yeah. Yeah, like I said, Yasuke, the man himself, did fucking exist. Like, but he was not a samurai. He was a slave, and he was only in Japan for like a year. for a bunch of idiots who tell everyone they hate that all the beliefs are, they really shouldn't have believed all those anime and video games where Yasuke was some cool gigantic samurai fiction. Yeah. And again, the other part of it, like I said, the whatever her fucking name is, the Kunichi that is like the other main character or whatever in that game. For those that don't know, Kunichi means female or female ninja. I almost said female samurai, female ninja. Or it is a female ninja, I should say. But Kenichi's, at least at the time, I don't know if it eventually evolved, but the time that it's set, served a very different purpose from male ninjas. They were typically healers or support, things like that. They were not assassins. For guy Ghost of Yogi had some fucked up devs too. Yeah, I don't know. I've played Yote. It's Yote had such a, because Tsushima's really fucking good. I really like Ghost of Tsushima. And Yote had so much that they could have done, but they made the main character the most unlikable person on the fucking planet. And it's constant, and this is something that you can always see where, and it's the most disappointing thing, where there is something to a game, and they instead of like just keeping their own ideology out of it, they add in something, and it just makes people hate them. Ghost Popcorn about to get seated at losing to Exhibition 33. Yeah. A lot of people canceled their pre-orders because some devs were celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination. Yeah. The Charlie Kirk assassination was that was a moment. I honestly believe that that's going to go down in the history books, because that was a moment in time where the mask was just completely off. Listen, and I'll talk about those real quick. I didn't agree with everything that Charlie Kirk said. Obviously. I have my own opinions and all that kind of stuff. I didn't fully agree with everything that he said, but he was a person that was a force for good, because he was somebody that was willing to talk. He was striving for not constantly for he was striving to pull people out of their echo chambers and to actually open up dialogues and discussions with people. And I think that we need people that are willing to do that. But the fact that somebody fucking killed him and people started cheering for it was an eye-opening moment. Because here's the thing. It's fine to have a differing opinion and have a discord and discussion and talk about things. and not agree on every opinion. But the important thing is that at the end of the day, that you understand and realize that you just everybody has an opinion, has their own thing, has all that kind of stuff, and you respect each other, and you really do understand and care about the person that is next to you. Even if you don't agree with them. I don't agree with my family on a lot of things. But I love my family. Hell, I don't agree with Katie on some stuff, but I love her. It doesn't it's one of these things that people think that you have to fall, and I really hate this. I really hate this in this day and age. That people think that just because you have one opinion that you have to have these other 10 opinions as well, or fuck you. You deserve to fucking die. They still went into LinkedIn and cried about their bullshit. Wikipedia took a month or two to finally call it an assassination because those Wikipedia editors were flip-flopping bullshitters. It was an assassination. Yeah, it was. It was an assassination. Because their trusted sources wouldn't call it an assassination, just a bullet flying close to the neck. Oh man. Yeah, a bullet flying close to the neck that went through and in front of that killed a man in front of his wife, kids. I don't even remember how many people were there, but it's around 1,000, 2,000 people. Yeah, just a silly little guy of a bullet, making its way through the air. Stupid. Still need to complete Tsushima. Feel bad for sleeping on it. Yeah, Tsushima is really, really good. I definitely recommend playing through it and definitely completing it. Like, if you want to know, like, you want to know what Assassin's Creed Shadows wanted to be, that's the game. It wanted to be Tsushima. But Ubisoft didn't have the talent to make Tsushima. Hell, Sucker Punch couldn't even make it again. Ghost of Tsushima. It's pretty much Ass Creed Japan game that should have been theoretically possible for Ubisoft to make. Played where wins me for a while, but got very grindy after leveling up to 40. I don't play what are they called? Gotcha. That's what it is. Gotcha games. I don't play gotcha games. Yeah, I don't play gotcha games. Never put money into it. I still don't play it. I don't. I'm old. I can tell that I'm old. I'm getting older. Uh, I don't put any time into a game that I don't feel like is going to net me a experience that is worth it. Unless it's unless unfortunately uh it's a Star Wars or Silent Hill game, because I guess I just like being punished with those. They monetize the shit out of Diablo Immortal along with Blizzard. Oh my god. Dude, the Diablo Immortal announcement back in the day. What? You guys don't have phones? Holy shit. Do you have fun? Yeah. The game was fun for a bit when you're playing with friends, but the quest felt more like a chore after a while. Yeah. That's my thing with like I have a lot of issues with live service games. Uh any live service gotcha, anything like that, it's it's usually something that is more of a chore to play than anything. It's not going to be um it's not going to be something that I actively am playing just to enjoy. Listen, I had my time with WoW. I used to log in all the time to do my daily quests. I used to I used to like do everything inside of WoW. I don't want to fucking do it again. The atmosphere does look like Tsushima, which is what caught your interest at first. Modern games don't respect their time anymore. Yeah. Heard about Overwatch trying to scam players with their new $35 plus ultra skins. No, I didn't hear about that. Hell, I called Overwatch bad when it released. Like straight up. I would whenever it won game of the year, I was like, we have fallen as a society. It was last week. Yeah, no, I didn't hear about that. Overwatch or Overwatch 2? No, this was Overwatch because this was back in like 2016 or something. Yeah, I never liked Overwatch. No, Overwatch was great at launch. But it really fell hard in 2019. I'm not kidding. I never liked Overwatch. Was never my thing. I mean, not despite the fact that I had already moved on. Like by the time Overwatch came, I'd already moved on from that's like the multiplayer Twitch arena style, the Twitch shooter arena style, like that kind of shit. I'd already moved away from that in my life. Not a fan of shooters in general, or just Overwatch. I get this is a hard way to put it. I don't play games that are like heavy set on the multiplayer aspect of the game. And I say that because, you know, there are shooters that have a single player aspect to them. But heavy set on the multiplayer aspect of the game. The Twitch shooters, like I grew up during the era of whenever Call of Duty was like if anybody thinks Call of Duty is huge now, the 2010s, holy shit, Call of Duty was like the biggest thing ever. And I grew up there, well, I was a teenager, but I guess you could say I developed during that time. But I was growing up during the era of like Call of Duty. And I played Call of Duty. I did. I played with my friends. I played the original Modern Warfare. I played Modern Warfare 2. I played Black Ops, and you know, I played them with my friends. And but after graduating from high school, shortly after graduating from high school is whenever I got tired of WoW. And around the time that I got tired of WoW, I realized I was just tired of multiplayer games in general. And so I had moved on from that. I didn't play Modern Warfare 3. I didn't play Black Ops 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or whatever the fuck we're on now. I'd moved away from a lot of that by the time that because I graduated in 2014. And so I'd started moving away from that whenever I started making YouTube content, which was in 2015. Overwatch 2 was a colossal waste of time. Yeah, I've heard that it was pretty bad. 2010, 2013 was the COD era. Modern Warfare 3 on 360. Never really liked COD in general. Played Overwatch more because all friends started playing it. Yeah, I mean, I've played I've played Battlefield, the Battlefield series, a couple of the games after that. But then whenever I say played, I typically if there is a single player. Like I think which one was it? 2042 or something like that. I'll typically do a playthrough of the single player mode, and then I'll be like, decent. Moving on. They stopped doing updates for Overwatch 1, and the esports league was dying slowly, so Overwatch 2 could have PvE looter shooter crap. they dropped that and just released it as is and continued. Everyone's pissed and moved on. Now they removed the 2 from the title and added loot boxes. They wasted everyone's time. Blizzard has wasted everyone's time since about let's say 2013. I wanted to say 2010 because that's when Cataclysm came out, but I'll be fair and say 2013. The real Overwatch killer was Overwatch. It was us all along. Marvel Rivals is Overwatch 2. Yeah, I haven't played Marvel Rivals either. My friends have been trying to, or let me rephrase that. A friend of mine has been trying to get me to play with him, and I'm just like, nah, I'm good. Listen, Chad, I'm an old man. This old man wants to play his his Knights of the Old Republic and his Silent Hill 1 2 and 3. And his Persona. Fast paced than an Overwatch plus better abilities, characters, and lore because Marvel, yeah. But I'm an old man, Dapper. Like this is something that's also really funny, and I talked about this to my mom as well. I'm like, for those that don't know, I am at the very old age of 30 years old. I'm practically a dinosaur at this point. Uh, but I told my mom, I was like, I think 2020 did something to me because after 2020 I felt like I was significantly older than I was in 2019. And I wanted things to be quiet. I started wanting peace in my life. Oh, we about the same age. It was just a numerical feeling of being quarter of a century. I wasn't 20. Here's the thing, I wasn't even 25 by the time 2020 ended. That didn't happen until 2021. Close enough. No, it really was. It was a difference that I think I experienced because in 2019, like I would have straight up told you, like I was like, uh, I acted like a 23-year-old. But in 2020, because I was still working, I worked throughout lockdown. Um, at the time, I was just an IT manager though. And my team got cut into pretty much a fifth of what it was. And I was constantly under stress because Katie got sick twice. One of the times almost killed her. And my mom got COVID during that time. Another person in my family had COVID 3 times and it almost killed her as well. And the general like discourse that's because I always separate my life into pre and post COVID, or pre, like when 2020 happened, lockdown, all that kind of stuff. And that was the time that whenever we started seeing people like lose their fucking mind in public. And the amount of, and all the stress from personal things, from generally from society stuff, the political stuff that was going on, work and everything like that. It mentally aged me probably about a decade. Because after and even Katie, my mom, and the rest of my family even said that I did not act the way I did pre 2020. They said that I was acting like somebody that was closer to 30 than I was to 20. So something happened during all that, and I think it was the just in general stress of everything. But after it was all said and done and 2021 rolled around, I just wanted peace in my life. I wanted to play my games. I wanted to play my old games. I wanted to play my KOTOR. And I still want to move somewhere more rural and get out of the fucking city. Disappointment and disillusionment does that, yeah. Remember to invest in Starlink. Holy shit, that's expensive. $400 megabits per second for 130 a month. That is crazy. That's what I pay for 2 gig fiber right now. But yeah. Anyway, enough of me yapping. Like I said, tomorrow we will finish up Silent Hill 4, and we also have more Persona 2. Starlink better than Usenet? Is it actually? $100 megabits for $100. That is some bullshit. I mean, I don't even have to. I mean, I have AT&T fiber because there's here in Houston. There's two providers typically that you can go with. It's AT&T and Comcast. And they both do suck. Both of them are ass. Is AT&T fiber good? Still using Xfinity with 1 gigabit. Down on dead industry without problems. Yes. So AT&T's customer service is ass. But the fiber does not drop out as because back in the day, whenever I was younger, we had AT&T broadband. And it dropped out all the fucking time. This is when I was younger. So yes, it does not drop. It's a lot better. It is. It doesn't drop out because they bury the fiber lines very deep. But I mean, it's one of those things where the customer service. The customer service is dog shit. I mean, you're probably familiar with it because Comcast customer service is also dog shit. Always heard that non-fiber AT&T was dog shit. Yeah, it is. Broadband AT&T is really bad. But yeah, if you have the option for fiber, yeah, I mean, it's pretty cheap. Like I said, I have 2 gig, and it's same up down. So I have 2 gig, and I pay 100. I don't pay exactly $130. It's like 140 for it. Yeah, and it's annoying dealing with our customer service, but my other option is Comcast, which has worse speeds and similar bad customer service. So it's like whatever. Wonder how it affect your Xfinity bundle deal. What do you have TV too? TV and home security. I have not had. Oh my god, how long has it been? I was in 7th grade when I asked my mom to take the box out of my room because I just stopped using it. So almost 2 decades since I've had TV. Not a fan of how the home security fully relies on your Wi-Fi instead of cellular towers. That's stupid. That's a bad idea. What? Why? I mean, the best home security is just to wire it up yourself, like have it internally wired. Actually, no, let me take that back. The best home security is a 12 gauge fully loaded. That's the best home security. Second to that is a handgun. And then a hardwired, like some sort of hardwired system. That's third. And when I say 12 gauge fully loaded, I mean like fully loaded up with shells. Here in this state, fully agree. No, man, I'd say anywhere. Yeah, I'd say anywhere. People won't break in, they can fuck around and find out. That's how I say it. See it. Doesn't matter where the fuck I am. Well, I probably need therapy after the fact. Yeah. But it's a lot better than, being dead. But anyway, real this time, enough of me yapping. I already said that what we're gonna be doing later this week. If you're not part of Discord, on Twitch side, !Discord, on YouTube side, description down below. Can join my Discord, see my stream schedule when I go live. I'll also sometimes just post stuff in there, post my opinions, eat more bacon. And I also update if I need to like cancel streams, do anything like that. I'm probably gonna have to go out of town again because continuing the stuff from last week. It's not quite done. Like everything's not quite done yet. And tomorrow, like I said, during the day, if you guys want to watch Star Wars, it'll be on during the day inside of the Discord. Or if you want to just throw it on the background, whatever. Up to you guys. Yeah. Have a good rest of your night, everybody. I will see you all tomorrow for the finale of Silent Hill 4.